see if you can choose the finest greens.
You there! A moment of your indulgence, if you please. You are the source hunter, are you not? The hero the whole of Sightseal is abuzz about. No, scratch that. It is so much more than a delight. It is an intervention of fate. Yes, that's it. Fate has put me on this very spot, so I may tell you, Mendius, at your service. What is my profession? Well, I'll tell you what it used to be, and that is a man of medicine. But what does a man of medicine do? Oh, it's not merely an opportunity. It is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to become better. To become the full extent of the promise that is locked inside of each and...
Of course I do. How could someone in my profession not?
Quite right. Adventure is what we live for.
See here. You and I share the same passion. I never doubted it for a moment. The thrill of walking the unbeaten path. The rush of finding yourself in a goblin ambush, knowing you'll prevail nonetheless. Too bad your line of work comes with such measly recompense. Am I right? The wage of a mere soldier. Now, between you and me, tell me truthfully.
Well, I can't say that I haven't.
Yes, some extra gold is always welcome.
Indeed. Indeed, gold is always welcome. And among the fabulous five, gold flows as freely as water does to the sea. Even so, my friend, matters of a pecuniary nature aside, what is life without variety, without spice? To be a source hunter must get frightfully dreary sometimes. Am I right? All those orders. Investigate this, retrieve that, and at the end of the day, what do you have to show for it? Wouldn't you prefer to call your own?
It's better to lead than to follow. That much is true.
Better to be served than to serve. I concur.
Well spoken. Well said indeed. Life's too short to spend it doing someone else's bidding, am I right? Of course I am. And I could help you attain the dream. Enact. And that is exactly why I am here. Why fate has put me right by the door to the King Crab. So that I could meet you and tell you about the marvel that is the Fabulous Five. The invitation to join is yours. Grab it. Ah, the Fabulous Five. How I enjoy simply saying the words that describe the most illustrious and celebrated adventurers' guild in Riverlon. Our mission, to better the world. Our mantra, to better ourselves as we do so. To realize our dreams and cleanse our soul. You'd like nothing more than to enlist, wouldn't you? Of course you would. And you can. Of course, if you still have questions, I shall answer them to the best of my abilities. What a gem of a question. Straight as an arrow. Sharp as a switchblade. Now then, to join the Fabulous Five is to join a fellowship. To join a fraternity, a sorority, a community. The title of Knight is bestowed upon you the moment you sign our waiver, and so it all begins. Of course, should you spread the word, should you propagate the gospel of the Fabulous Five and thereby draw new knights into our fellowship, you will get it. By now, the genial glow of the fellowship must have warmed your heart. It has, hasn't it? But did I say fellowship? I mean family. For like a family, we support one another, cheer one another, see each other through thick and thin, work hard, fulfill contracts, enlist new knights, and swiftly shall you rise through the ranks. You will better yourself. You will better Riverlong. You will make the stars shine all the brighter, and you'll get fabulously wealthy in the process. What's not to like? Of course, of course, of course. All you need to do is sign this waiver.
Join a guild, better the world, earn a lot of gold. Yes, count me in.
And me? May all the riches in the world be ours.
Marvelous. Magnificent. Oh, but what am I saying? Fabulous is the word. You may not realize it yet, but your fortunes, your very life is... What more is there to say, my friend? You are one of us now. A proud member of... Oh, it's a pretty straightforward task, this one. Now, in this town dwells a wizard. Ahu is his name, and he's a frightful eccentric. Scientific type, you know the kind. Favors reason over faith and all that. Not Fabulous Five material, him. His experimental weapons may keep a couple of skeletons away from the city, but many of his other researches failed. One of them was a big lumbering apparatus. A frightful automaton shaped like a giant made of steel. It was supposed to crush the undead by the dozens. Piloted as it... But you can guess what happened. Did it become sentient? Was it cursed? Whatever the cause, the thing relieved itself of its pilot and headed north towards a network of caves. Now ask yourself, what if it comes back? It could smash the city walls and claim 100 lives. Luckily, there are those in this world who belong to the Fabulous Five. The braves who eat such monstrosities for breakfast. Go, my friend. Find this wizard's abomination and claim your just reward from theirs. You found new recruits already? Efficient. Proactive. Oh, I like that. Send them to me and I'll sign them up. And of course, since they're your recruits, you'll get a share of every assignment they complete. Isn't that just fabulous? They call the undead a problem, my friend, but those who know the ways of the Fabulous Five see no problems. They see opportunities.
Tell me, Alistair, have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
Ah, hello. I suppose you're here to viciously interrogate me for information I don't have, like our noble Captain Aureus before you. I am the Duke of Ferrell, though I suppose my name is in the mouths of enough ruthless gossipers that you've heard of me by now. It's very tragic news. I won't posture and say that the Counselor and I were anything near allies, but I truly never wish the man harm.
Come
Back,
now,
demon! Back, or I'll... Well, what's this? Oh, Medora, you lummox. 1,000 pardons, comrade. This old... I'll tell you, it sure does me good to set eyes on another of our order. From Academy West, aren't you? Give Captain Wartruce my regards next time you see him. You wouldn't. I trained up in Academy North, after all. We don't cross paths with you Westies all that often, but it's always a pleasure when we do. Medora's the name. Retired, or so the Order keeps trying to tell me, but never out of commission. My hand to your cause and my sword at your side.
Realize that reward money won't be lining your pockets.
Heavens hornets! That's quite a story, comrade. And come to think of it, well, see, I'm here on, well, let's call it a loan from a town to the north of here. There's been an attack there, comrade. Orcs. Not your run-of-the-mill savages either, but ones who've taken dark magic to new heights. What they want in Hunter's Edge, I can't say, but it's my responsibility to send them packing. Preferably with their horns in their suitcases and a knee-knocking fear of ever crossing. I came south seeking the Legion's help, only to find it tied here in Sicil. They don't have a spare soldier to send northward, and even in my finest form, I can't clear the place of that many orcs without backup. By the skin of my teeth, comrade. The savages were rounding up villagers when one of them activated a tripwire on our village wizard's property. Fortunately for me, that particular wizard has a penchant for things that go boom in the night. I managed to wrench free of my captor's grip and flee toward the forest. He pursued me for miles, but I'd lost him before I made it into the Sicil hinterlands. Well, comrade, I hadn't thought of it till you tapped my shoulder just now. But perhaps that's what I need, a contingent I can trust if I'm to take back the town. And the way I see it, you could use reinforcements here in town. I've been scouting Sicil for some time now, and I believe I've sussed out sufficient intel to help solve the murder of the Counselor. With our minds and swords in tandem, we'll make short work of the perpetrator. Well, you know the old expression. 2's a tea party, 3's an invasion. I know this place like the back of my hand by now, and the orcs up north will be short work for a trained-up trio of sauce hunters.
Tell me,
A fantastic plan! With 3 source hunters working in tandem, we'll put an end to all the evils bent against this fair land.
Another source hunter on the team will make us all the more formidable against this wicked magic. Welcome aboard, Medora.
That's the spirit. Listen closely now. Do you hear it? That's the sound of every orc and sorcerer in a 100-mile radius shaking in his wee boots.
come now, Alistair. Surely you've met your match once or twice.
The closest I've come to my match is when I linger over Longmont, biting my pipe.
Oh, careful now. Your head's growing more swollen than Saffron's, I dare say.
Never saw you in the king crab before. You're welcome to scratch me behind the ears if you like. I am Unsinkable Sam. At least that's what they call me around here. Used to be a ship's cat, but the clipper I was on sank, and I was the only one to wrestle himself free from the waves. The people here were kind and took me in. Been the king crab's foremost patron ever since. A magnificent ship she was. Used to belong to a pirate, I was told. Unlike me, she didn't prove to be unsinkable, though. We hit the cliffs right neath the lighthouse. Not very apt a name for that building. At the moment I hit the water, I writhed around like I would on a hot tin roof. By some miracle, I managed to reach the beach, covered in kelp and smelling worse than a fish's funeral parlor. But I was alive, and that was more than anybody else could say.
Old friend.
So I was. What friends I had. They drowned alongside the rats I used to hunt in the galley. And there I was. Not that I have it bad here, mind you. I've milk and fish aplenty. Most folks will pet me kindly, and when one of the village girls holds me tight against her ample bosom, I purr up a storm. But I do long for a companion of my own kind. And in that regard, there is no one like Maxine. Maxine, the mayor's darling pet. So gentle, so fair a feline. The grace of her whiskers, the subtle palette of dyes in her sable. She likes me. I know she does. But when I declare my love, she backs away. I don't know why. I've serenaded her and braved many a bucket of water for my efforts. But for some reason, she is not to be swayed. By all means. People make a fuss about them because they endanger the lands around the city. They never bother me when I'm out for my monthly walk, though. But still, I do detest them. I mean, they're so unnatural, aren't they? Cats can have 9 lives, but humans are only entitled to 1. Oh, don't mention orcs to me. Worse than dogs, that lot. Sank Walrus Willie's boat right from under him. Best anchovy fisher in the world, he was.
That purring sound. Mind control vibrations, I'm sure. Don't be seduced, comrades.
Tell me, Alistair, have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
Fortune! Ha!
They say he was privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, my old friend.
Ah, hello. I suppose you're here to viciously interrogate me for information I don't have, like our noble Captain Aureus before you.
Come now, Alistair. Surely you've met your match once or twice. Oh, careful now. Your head's growing more swollen than saffrons, I dare say.
Whatever happened to that troop of eager imbeciles we sent to the Northern Cave?
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself with such things?
You'll be concerned enough when you realize that reward... Ah, hello. I suppose you're here to viciously interrogate me for information I don't have, like our noble Captain Aureus before you.
Tell me, Alistair, have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
Fortune? Ha! He should be so lucky as to be defeated by Alistair
They say he's privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend. Come now, Alistair. Surely you're
A source hunter! I'd like to report some dark magic. Only tainted hearts could tip as miserably as this lot. Been at the King Crab nearly 10 years now, personally. Seen every character you can imagine, from bums to wizards, passed through these doors for a pint and a plate. I think I'm one of the last folks to hear him alive. That awful scream has been ringing in my ears ever since. And with the room where it all happened still under quarantine, we've a constant reminder of exactly what happened. Though that's the question, isn't it? What exactly did happen? We all thought it was Esmeralda who checked into that room, and the Duke that followed her in.
Eager imbeciles we sent to the northern cave.
Do I see?
I was washing up and nudging the last of the lushes out of the door when a cloaked woman rushed in right past me. I never got a good look at her. Damn my eyes. But I figured the way she disappeared that she was visiting one of the lodgers. Lucky for the perpetrators, I was rinsing bottles in the back when the terrible deed took place and saw nothing more. I'm not proud to say I ducked under the counter and damn well stayed there till I heard Ivad fling that door open. But I was paralyzed with fright.
Alistair, have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
Fortune? Ha! He should be so lucky as to be defeated by Alistair the Great.
They say he's privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend. What have we here? A source hunter, is it? Well, my day just became rather more stimulating. Oh, stand still then, tall as an elf, strong as an orc. But your face, quite classical, isn't it? Statuesque, some might say. Yes, smooth and sturdy as marble. And my word, what passion burns from your eyes. Please forgive my being forward, but I dare say, I am Anna. Jewel in the crown that is the fabulous... I've cut 1,000 throats and baked 1,000 bread rolls, stolen the crown jewels of the Queen of Errata, and, with my pockets full, helped her reach enlightenment. When the day comes that I die, the gods will evacuate the heavens to make space for my formidable collection of designer slippers. I contain multitudes, you see, and I am utterly replete. Except that, much to my dismay, I had as yet to find the companion to whom my heart so clearly calls. But then, Source Hunter, you wandered into this tavern, and I am most certain that that companion is you. That I have. For nearly a lifetime, it seems. Well, I'm sure you must know what I mean. Like existence itself lacked a significant component, I believe I have found that component. That body, that spirit within you, Source Hunter. Come, if ever we are to be united, we must truly entwine our fates. Yes. You must join the Fabulous Five right away, as soon as time permits. Together, as a team, we'll explore the boundless realm before us. We'll uncover fate. It's so you've joined up. You've sworn to share in our adversity and our bounty alike. I can finally offer you our finest adventuring equipment at fantastic in-house rates. Come now, let's trade. Well, you must be thrilled to find yourself a member of a team so widely renowned for its valor and skill. And you must be even more curious about how you yourself can suit up to face such enemies as a member of the Fabulous Five must face. Well, never fear. I have everything you need. I hear you've been tasked with taking out that crazed robot in the northern cave. I'm sure you'd like to equip yourself with the finest possible accoutrement, wouldn't you? Come, come, I have everything you need. Come now, Alistair. Surely you've met your match once or twice.
Ha! The closest I've come to my match is when I linger over long while lighting my pipe.
Oh, careful now. Your head's grown more swollen than saffrons, I dare say.
Sorry, I've run out of signed handkerchiefs. An Alistair keyring, maybe. In any case, make it quick. You're not the only fan who wants some of my time. What do you mean, not familiar? You expect me to believe you've never heard of... Why, I'm only the most famous wizard this side of the distance. Although, it'd be worth checking the other side too, just in case. And don't forget, I'm the most eminent member of the Fabulous Five to boot. Surely you already know we've been voted the most influential adventurers guild by SideQuest Monthly, 3 years running. Well, well, you're far from my caliber, but who isn't? It's good you're eager, but let me give you a word of warning. Aim for my spots, and your career in the Fabulous Five will meet a most unsavory end. Ah, you'll be dealing with Ahu's little abomination, will you? I'd go myself, but I'd fear I'd end the fight before anyone else got in their licks. If I don't leave a few crumbs for the newbies once in a while, they'll accuse me of stealing the spotlight, you see. Those nasty beasts are hardly worth my time, though I suppose I'll step in if none of the recruits manage to prove adept enough to handle a few skeletons. Whatever happened to that troop of eager imbeciles we sent to the Northern Cave?
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself with such things?
You'll be concerned enough when you realize that reward money won't be lining your pockets. Really now, I can't afford to indulge in chit-chat with my legion of followers. Even a star needs a few moments to himself.
Tell me, Alistair, have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
Fortune? Ha! He should be so lucky as to be defeated by Alistair the Great.
They say he's privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend. Come now, Alistair. Surely you've met your match once or twice.
Ha! The closest I've come to my match is when I linger over long while lighting my pipe.
Oh, careful now. Your head's grown more swollen than saffrons, I dare say.
Pointless chatter with strangers does so thrill me. How did you know? Please continue interrupting my drink if you'd be so... How curious of you to show interest in a lonesome stranger at the bar. Let me answer by saying that who I am is hardly any of your business. And anyone with an ounce of tact would have known that already. So you've wrangled a position in the Fabulous Five, have you? I'm fairly brimming with enthusiasm at the prospect of calling you a partner. You'd better leave me undisturbed. You've been sent after Ahu's insane robot, I understand. Do you imagine that while you're busy being crushed by that abomination, I'll manage to get through a whole drink, distraction-free?
Zimbladorix! Zat! Ha! Quite under my spell, aren't you? Me? You mean you don't recognize me? Well, you must live under a very large... Yes, that is strange. Strange indeed. But it's a strange world we live. Oh, you'll find out. You'll find out indeed. If I'm as good as they say I am, you'll have sprouted a pet...
Greetings, traveller. And may the Immaculate Conduit's myriad blessings... What's in a name, dear friend? For we all begin equal in the Conduit's eyes, and only through great deeds may enter into her inner ring. You mean you haven't heard? Oh, what fortune that I may share the goddess's salvation with one who has... Steel yourself, friend, for your mortal spirit could be forever transformed from this moment forth. The conduit, our link to the goddess herself, has given us a special gift. By following her instructions and becoming initiated into the one way, we can each of us live on for a span greater than the number of stars that twinkle. She came from on high to we mortals and showed us the path to the goddess, where all living souls are naturally inclined. She showed us that injury and malady need not mark the end of life, but that through her methods we could ascend to greater life in service of the goddess. Ah, for this hallowed information, you must seek an immaculate chapel. Go north, friend, through the forest and into the town of Silverglen. There, among her followers and friends, dwells the goddess's ecstasy, her one way. Go on the path to the righteous, my friend. Forget not that the conduit has great plans for you. Glorious to see you once more, fair friend. I hope you've given some thought to my revelation. I think only of your eternal soul, after all. Go on the path to the right.
Come now, Alistair. Surely you've met your match once or twice.
Ha! The closest I've come to my match is when I linger over long while lighting my pipe.
Oh, careful now. Your head's grown more swollen than saffrons, I dare say.
Hearty welcome to the King Crab Inn, and a pleasure to have you. You look like the names you've had. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I've been offering the weary travellers of Sicil drink and rest for nearly 2 decades now, but all you see before you is the manifestation of my great-grandpappy Horatius Dungeness's noble vision. Beer and naps for everyone. No questions asked. Well, between you and me, things have been rather slow since the, incident. But with spirits high and liquor flowing like it is tonight, it seems the crab may just come out of that pinch. Psst. Mind if we keep our voices down over that sensitive subject? Death and dark magic ain't exactly great for business, you know. That room where it happened, it was rented to a certain woman. Though I regret to say I can't say exactly who. This inn isn't in the business of asking many questions, if you know what I mean.
Fortune!
She came heavily cloaked, but paid the full sum in advance. I was used to such transactions after many similar concerning a certain Esmeralda. Figured this were just more at same. I saw one other figure go into the room that night. Someone tall, built broad like a man, but shrouded the same as she. Again, standard practice for Mrs. Counsellor and her visitors. I was startled awake by a horrendous hubbub shortly after midnight. I jumped up and grabbed me grandpappy's machete, bleary-eyed in a washing fright.
Saw twice.
Ha! The closest I've come to my match is when I linger over long while lighting my pipe.
Oh, careful
By
now.
the time I burst into that room, it was horribly silent. There was only Jake on the floor, dead, surrounded by what may as well have been a battlefield. Whoever done it has escaped through the window. But I saw nary a soul when I looked out. You can bet I hightailed it to the Legion barracks faster than a jackrabbit after that. Councillor Jake, that poor man. I knew too much about his affairs, you know. Never figured it my business to say anything, but after all that's happened, I wonder if that weren't Esmeralda's longest-standing lover has the audacity to remain lodged at this very inn, you know? He's called the Duke of Ferrol, a high title for a low man. If you haven't yet asked him about Esmeralda, I'd recommend it. Three hopeless sailors. Truly wish I could help you, but I'm barely keeping afloat as it is.
Tell me, Alistair, have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
fortune. Ha! He should be so lucky as to be defeated by Alistair the Great.
They say he's privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend.
Dancing dugongs, you nearly startled me out of my boots. Well, you've got my attention, comrade.
This swill is disgusting. The folks in Hunter's Edge make the best whiskey in Rivellon. Folks say it was Esmeralda who killed Councillor Jake, but I didn't see her here the night of the murder. Then again, she might have just gotten a new pair of shoes.
under lock and key. Appears to be locked.
Look out! I see a trap nearby.
Assist me, friends!
I can take care of that injury.
Careful! I've spotted a trap!
Maybe the lock can be Jimmy. Bitter poison. My heart beats too slowly to sustain me.
Careful now, that's a trap. Something toxic courses through my veins! Please assist me! Friends! My life is ebbing away. I can take care of that injury.
This will is disgusting.
First aid! Back into the fray. Another one for the collection.
or twice.
Ha! The closest I've come to my match is when I linger over rock while fighting my time.
Greetings, Source Hunter. I don't mean to hinder your investigation, but I can't open this door for anyone who hasn't...
Leave me be, I have a job to do.
By the filed teeth of Suluma's soul shredder, the end is nigh.
Greetings, greetings. Oh, you are most welcome in my chamber. Customers rarely find me up here, but I do so abhor the hustle and bustle of the marketplace. That I am. I have spent more of my life on the road travelling alongside great caravans than I have in any given place in Rivellon. All of this earth is my home, for a few days or even but a few hours at a time, that is. You wouldn't believe some of the things I have seen. Oh yes, a city besieged by the dead isn't even remotely special to me. All the better that it isn't, for you and for me. Because outlandish events lead to outlandish wares. Oh, but let us not discuss. Let us browse and barter.
The hunters go a-stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood! The hunters go a-stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood! By the filed teeth of Suluma's soul shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria! The hunters go a-stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood! The hunters go a-stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood! is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria! The hunters go stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood!
How gratifying to see you return. You have seen them, have you not? Is anything amiss? Punch-on, perhaps, yes. I have the blood of sorcerers in my veins, and between you and me, the blood of sorcerers too. The power of sorcery is so...
Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail, Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments.
You should be more careful, madam. I am a hunter. But as luck would have it, I'm not a zealot.
And neither am I. Be advised, though.
Gods have mercy. I talked openly about sorcery in front of a source hunter. What a fool I am. Thank you, O compassionate soul that you are, to treat me so leniently. I never have and never will really dabble in sorcery. On that you have my word. On my life, I swear it. No need to worry, source hunter dearest. You'll find no sorcery here. Only honest-to-God's witchcraft. That I am. I have spent more of my life on the road traveling. You wouldn't believe some of the things I have seen. Oh yes, a city besieged by the... How gratifying. No need to worry, source hunter dearest. You'll find no... That I am. I have spent more of my life on the road traveling. You wouldn't believe some of the things...
End is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria!
Greetings, greetings. Oh, you are most welcome in my chamber. 'Cause that I am. I have spent more of my life on the road. You wouldn't believe some of the things I have seen. Oh yes, a city... Oh, but let us not discuss. Let us browse and barter.
Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail, Grog! his hot-steeled instruments. The hunters go a-stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood! By the filed teeth of Suluma, Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria! Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments. By the filed teeth of Suluma, Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria! By the filed teeth of Suluma, Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria! The hunters go a-stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood! the filed teeth of Suluma Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria! By the filed teeth of Suluma Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria! Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments. Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments. The hunters go a-stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood! By the filed teeth of Suluma Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria! The hunters go a-stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood! By the filed teeth of Suluma Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a creeping for you, Victoria!
A stitch in time, eh, my friends?
Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments.
How gratifying to see you return. You are quickly becoming my favorite customer.
By the filed teeth of Surumar Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a creeping for you, Victoria!
How gratifying to see you return. You are quickly becoming my favorite customer.
Night, by the needles of the million bleeders.
Hey, stop that.
All in blood! The hunters go stalking in the night by the needles. End it all in blood! By the filed teeth of Surumar Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a creeping for you.
How gratifying to see you return. You are quickly becoming my favorite customer. How gratifying to see you return. You are quickly becoming my favorite customer.
The hunters go stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood! The hunters go stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood! By the filed teeth of Suruma Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria!
The hunters?
I'm telling you, a necromancer must have been at work in Seal. How else do you explain a risen dead sprouting like mushrooms in the night?
End it all in blood!
The Source Hunter. Don't tell me we've got to worry about dark magic.
The end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria! By the filed teeth of Suruma Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria! By the filed teeth of Suruma Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria! By the filed teeth of Suruma Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria!
The hunters go stalking in the night.
By the needles of the Million Bleeder, they'll end it all! End it all in blood! Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog.
Looking
the
good.
Torturer. All hail Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments. Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the Torturer. All hail Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments. Ah, you have come. Yes, that is most satisfactory. Begone, brittle mask of age. Hear me now repeat the words of Brittletooth, the child snatcher of Carador. Come, play with me, for I'm hungry. Come, play, play, play. My name is Eglandir Twilsalanar, elf of the House of Gandavum, the slaughtered House of Gandavum. But by the twin blades of the Shadow Vixen, I shall have my revenge. The walls of memory are stained with blood, and I would see them bloodier still. The game, yes! A game of blood and brutality, of death and dexterity. Fun as herring the horror harlequin. But, like the serpentine stalker hisses before the stab. The elves of Gandavum, they lived in peace. Oh, yes. But one night, when the moon had hid her face, the orcs of the tribe of Kazuldagar beset our city. They cooked and ate and burned every last one of us. The light of dawn never saw an elf of Gandavum. All undone. Every last one of us. Except for me, the midnight rambler, away from the city. I was very old back then already, though indeed I whisper of many years hence. But death shall not find me. Oh no, I may be frail, a withered grey, but the wealth of kings is mine. Countless assassins have ministered to the vengeance that is my want, and now is almost over. By Kala, Lady of the Last Gaze, I swear it is almost done. Only the very last one of the Kazaldagar still eludes me. The crowning kill that would seal its fate and mine alike. I have tracked her down by the curse of the spine spear I have. She does not know her ill-shapen sun is setting fast. Color the dusk red, O sword of youth. Bloody the day with the bramble sap that runs through the veins of Victoria. Bring me the amulet that clings to her flesh, soon to fade. And yours shall be the bounty of vindication. Mine shall be its sanguine satisfaction after long, long last. Yes, Victoria. She is the one whose heart must be held in hand. The heart around which the fingers of that hand must clench and tighten until its choking flesh bulges with blood and its beat. The orcs of Gazuldagar, they knew my name. Oh, yes. By the bite of the roving rattler, they knew my design. And so they sought to save their last, an infant. She who was to be queen. To no avail, oh no. Years, how many I know not. Years I searched. Her name is that of a woman, her employment that of a civilized being. But by the fork of Barbara Man-Eater, she is nothing but an orc, a cyst of nature. One of a misbegotten litter dragged into life from the tumoured womb of a filthy, coarse-haired beast that was humped like a dog in the darkness of a stinking hollow. Victoria, librarian, daughter, adopted child of Cecil, Mayor of Sicile. There is bloodlust in you. I can feel it. Let it out. Set it free. Undo the last of the Kazuldagar. By the breasts of Sishara Goatsucker, give me my revenge! the filed teeth of Suluma Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria!
That was quite the radical change we witnessed. I never would have thought that the benign old man we met outside would turn out to be a vengeance-driven aficionado of assassins.
By the filed teeth of Suluma Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria!
He is as much a savage as those orcs. And how is Victoria guilty of her tribe's crime if she was but a babe at the time?
By the needles of the Million Bleeder, they'll end it all! End it all in blood!
Indeed. Victoria probably doesn't even know about her past. And yet, she's on a, let's call him eccentrics, hit list.
Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments. Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments.
You there, cut it out.
Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments.
The hunters go as...
Here I wait for thee in the dark. But the stab shall bring the light. Minister to death. That is what I want of thee. The hunters go a-stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood! Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments. Nigh. Death is creeping for you, Victoria!
I've got all friendlies! Concerns myself with such things.
You'll be concerned enough when you realize that reward money won't be lining your pockets.
Providing you can afford it, I'll be happy to supply you with all the gear you'll need while swinging swords alongside the Fabulous Five. Tell me, Alistair, have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
Fortune? Ah! He should be so lucky as to be...
Providing you can afford it, I'll be happy to supply... Ah, darling, that was so long ago now. Who can remember who said what after all this time? What matters is the here and now. And in this moment, I promise to give you the best deals on adventuring equipment you'll find in all Sicile. Well, you are a member of the eminent Fabulous Five, after all.
can't afford to indulge in chit-chat with my legion of followers. Even a star needs a few moments to himself.
A source hunter? I'd like to report some dark magic. Only tainted hearts could tip as miserably as this lot.
Challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge.
Fortune! Ha!
It's you. Just the person to answer a question that's been knocking around my mind since our first meeting. Now then, you must tell me, what's the best way of getting...
Hello again. How can I help you?
Come now, Alistair. Surely you've met your match once or twice.
Ah, hello. I suppose you're here to viciously interrogate me for information I don't have, like our noble Captain Aureus before you.
Watch out! I smell.
How fares your first quest, hero and hunter? Fabulously exciting, I'll bet.
Yes, yes, of course. This time.
Many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Whatever happened to that simple, eager imbecile sent to the Northern Cave?
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself with such things?
You'll be concerned enough when you realize that reward.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese.
What do you have? I got white cheese, blue. What do you have? I got white cheese, blue cheese, old cheese, new cheese.
Well, hello there.
I ain't straight. I ain't true. Aaron's by the cousins.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Garfield. Now, that's a sad story. Elegant homes burned for fuel, oaken cupboards emptied, and ladies dragging the dregs of their great...
See if you can choose the finest greens. Here for your daily serving of veggies. Please partake of the plumpest produce ever produced.
Get it while it's fresh. These batches are only hours from the sea.
Be the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Be the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Fresh haddock. Nothing more fire.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew and spice and stir and churn. Dearest customer, I've never seen an aura so plagued by ether. Thank Astarte, I've just the earth scroll to ground you. Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
A good day to you.
Not in the mood for cheese. The excuse is more holes than the slice of this fine Auburn land.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes. Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Feed a big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff. Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Well, hello there. Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Now get a solution to the zombie problem, set of silver arrows. Watch the undead quiver in their golden boots. Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Feed a big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff. Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses. Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Feed a big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
A good day to you.
Dearest customer, I've never seen an aura so plagued by ether. Thank Astarte, I've just the earth scroll to ground you. Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
chickens! Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Well, hello there.
Made a big cheese on your block for the wearer of the good stuff. Aaron has the same friends as the man with many cheeses.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Lonesome? Spiritless? Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine?
Made a big cheese on your block for the wearer of the good stuff.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Not the mood for cheese. Eggs gives us more home than the size of this pie.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Quiver in their mouldy boots.
Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Into the fray once more.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Well, hello there.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew 'em, spice 'em, stir and churn.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
A quiet day on the market, it seems.
Made a big cheese on your block for the wearer of the good stuff.
Lonesome? Spiritless? Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine?
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Well, hello there.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Ain't a big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese.
Ah, gracious patron, I see your tired eyes looking a bit teary. I've just the potion for that. Or would you prefer a toasty fire spell to dry those vapours?
Excuses more holes than a slice of this fine almond fat.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Ain't a big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew and spice 'em, stir and churn.
Ah! Lend me your hand!
Well, hello there.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Watch the undead
Lonesome? Spiritless? Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
If I land on my feet. Sweet relief. Into the fray once more.
Bleeding waste standing here without so much as a piglet in the pen.
Let us see if you can choose the finest green.
Sheep's cheese, tomatoes. Livestock's got twice the sense and thrice the soul of the
Toe
average
of
human, I
snake,
say.
wing of worm, brew 'em, spice 'em, stir and churn.
Never thought I'd see Seal in such dire straits. This here's one of the oldest cities in Riverlong. A source hunter? Oh, don't tell me you got to worry about dark magic on...
Source hunters, eh? All right, proper, we're finally getting a hand. Things is chaos. If you've got a favourite sheep, best to fry her up now before she gets thieved in the night like me dear plump Ogget, the finest in me herd. Now that the herd's gone, old Birch is just scratching by like a hen till the next batch of beasties comes through. I recently sold most of the tender loves to a trader heading north. Plenty of business that way these days. Those miners must be preparing for a mighty great feast. Wish I could have a nibble on my dear darlings, all ground and spiced.
Toe of snake, wing of worm.
Yes. Oh, Ogget's been missing for more than a fortnight. I love that sheep, you know. Was planning to cook her into a fine midwinter night haggis myself. Do tell me if you hear anything about her. I plan on pursuing whoever stole her with my cleaver in hand. Sorry, can't help you there. Haven't got enough livestock left to warrant a hand with the work.
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for farm potatoes.
These damn birds won't fetch more than a pittance.
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for farm.
Don't talk to me. You're making me look. Can't you see I'm busy, Madeline? Obviously, someone, all those naysayers in the past, see what I've become.
Potions to be muscled.
Hello, proportionate one. Oh, I can see from the symmetry in your face that you are a great... I'm a painter by trade, as you can see, but a cartographer at heart. You might think there isn't enough work for one of my talents in a downtrodden city like Sicil, and you'd be quiet. I travel around Ambervale, mastering my craft and finding new subjects to add to my litany of lovely portraits and complex maps, like this rooster I'm working on now. How lovely to see you again, haver of the beautifully shaped shoulders.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies Sicil's ever seen.
I'm a painter by trade, as you can see, but I travel around.
Let us see if you can choose the finest green. Aim straight, aim true. Arrows by the dozens.
Oh, hello, love. Nice day for a little stroll around the market, isn't it?
Not in the mood for
What are ye staring at?
the slice of this fine over there.
Captain Jack's the name, though the title may be a little generous at the moment. My crew ran off, and I can't find enough hardy souls to help me. Those scallywags heard there be silver in the Lacula mines, and they abandoned ship like the lily-livered turkeys they are. Haven't seen them since the day we docked. Some poor chaps lost their ship and want some work. Just send them to me, and tell them there's a bit of coin and a lot of rum coming their way if they don't mind a bit of honest labour.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots. Well, what sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point.
Yellow and green, the finest veggies Sicil's ever seen.
A good day to you.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies Sicil's ever seen.
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea.
Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine over there.
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish. Yours for a scrap of gold each.
Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine over there.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish. Yours for a scrap of gold each.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Pay the big cheese on your roof with a wheel of the good stuff.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish. Yours for a scrap of gold each.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Lonesome, spiritless, perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine over there.
Lonesome, spiritless, perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine. Lonesome, spiritless, perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
Quiet day on the market, it seems. Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Lonesome, spiritless, perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Good day to you.
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea. Lonesome, spiritless, perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine. Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap of gold each. Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
On the move for cheese. That excuse is more home than a slice of this fine corn there.
Don't scuttle away before you've tried some of the ocean's finest bounty. How many crab claws would you like? 3? 11?
That excuse is more home.
Honoured to meet you. Wish I was a source hunter. Dangerous line of work, but it's a damn sight more glorious than being a legionnaire.
Hello there. Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap of gold each. No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Say, no one's around. You wouldn't raise a fuss if I, borrowed one of these fish, would you?
Borrow, indeed. I'll sooner meet a cat wizard than see that merchant repaid.
Come now, I'll be good for it, I swear. Oh, my story's tired by now. I was happy enough, prosperous enough, before these lean times around Sicil. I never would have dreamt of resorting to petty theft during better times. But what choice have I got now? So what do you think? Should I snap?
Problem than a set of silver arrows.
That merchant has to eat too, you know. Leave the fish alone.
Yes, you know what they say about giving a man a fish. This man should learn to stand on his own 2 feet.
I suppose you've got a point. Another day. A hungry man, you know.
That thief is free for now. But I wonder how long it'll be until his growling belly seduces him back onto the crooked path. Thank you for making that would-be thief see reason. I only hope your instruction lasts.
The sea. No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes. Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence?
If one were to reduce the quantity of skull dust by a percentage of 2, perhaps the stability could be increased by as much as 3-fold.
Oh, a source hunter. Imagine that. Quite a bit more petite than the last of your kind. No matter. Even if it couldn't spare its heartiest specimen, I'm sure the Order sent the individual with the next highest probability of success. Me? Why, I'm more than a little surprised you haven't heard of me. Perhaps I could... It was I who cured the Duchess of Arata of her unslakable thirst. A simple pinch of Atropa belladonna in her morning tea. I who discovered that aging itself can be halted by... Not to mention that it's been my guidance that has permitted my apprentice Evelyn to make quite a name for herself around Sicile of late.
Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence?
Well, she certainly possesses a critical eye and an exacting manner when it comes to making difficult medical decisions. I expect she'll be a very successful healer in her own right when the time comes. She is learning from the best, after all. Yes. If that's how we're referring to the secretive use of a revolutionary healing method she refuses to share with her own master.
Anybody?
She's in the other room as we speak. Perhaps you can prevail upon her to offer a demonstration. She's gotten hold of a stone, supposedly capable of fantastic feats of healing, but she won't let me take the brief. But she claims to have gotten the relic from a little northern town, Silverglen by name, and that an abbot there blessed it with the power to heal. Utter rubbish, I say. But with these blasted undead haunting the travel routes, I can hardly march up to Silverglen to learn the truth myself.
So?
Sorry, but there isn't much work for sailors in a house of medicine. Unless one of them happens to have a secret stash of healing stones. Certainly, what would you like to know? The counsellor, terrible loss that. Though we were hardly more than acquaintances, I knew him to be a devoted civil servant. From what I can tell, it seems to be a simple case of jealousy turned violent. The affairs of his wife, Esmeralda, were hardly a secret, you know.
Who is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. So, which of you is more deserving of life?
I've applied myself to that problem for 2 years and still haven't come a step closer to solving it. I declare it an act of the Almighty's, if I believed in such things. Some events, Source Hunter, can be neither controlled nor understood by mere men.
Healing stone? Interesting indeed.
Nothing sets me on edge like inexplicable magic.
So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case.
That relic of Evelyn's the so-called healing crystal. I've seen one like it before, and by the Patriarch's pockets. It's a relic of Source. One look at that gem will be enough to convince me it's no force of good, but a bloodstone through and through.
So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case.
Tone, soothing a corpse's troubled
I've come across such a stone before. It may be capable of healing, as the good doctor describes, but its origins are as dark as midnight. Bloodstone is so named for a reason, you see. What starts as a pretty gem is corrupted by sick sorcerers who infuse it with the blood of the slain. If that stone is what I suspect, I wouldn't trust Sicil's so-called healers any more than I'd trust a pyromancer on a wooden boat.
Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence. Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence.
Those men are not for this world.
So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case.
Soothing a corpse's troubled
Anybody?
mind.
Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence.
To what do I owe the repeated pleasure, Source Hunter?
You cares to plead for his very existence? Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence. So, which of you is
More
more
junk.
deserving of life? Come, make your case. Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence. So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence. Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence. Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence.
To what do I owe the repeated pleasure, Source Hunter?
Which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case.
I was really hoping to find something better.
So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence. neither of you cares to plead for his very existence? So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence? Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence?
That her little party tricks hardly make her worthy of such grave responsibilities.
So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. Excuse me, this is a private sick room. Who in the name of the Seven do you think you are, barging in here? Out, I say. I'm sorry. It's this task. I'm just... Who am I to meddle with life and death this way? I'm an apprentice of the healing arts. Healing. But this decision feels like precisely the opposite. I have but one healing stone, you see, and 2 direly wounded men who need it. I've been racking my brain trying to decide on the best method to settle this grave situation, but perhaps it's better off in the hands of an esteemed source hunter. Surely you are more accustomed to weighing life. What would you like to know? One of the brave few willing to traverse the trade routes plagued by the undead. A young man, but excellent in matters of business, before he fell victim to an orcish club in the north, that is. Thankfully for him, a cattle trader found him, nearly dead, but not quite so, and brought him here straight away. Quite the venerable staple of Seal, Stephen, and recently blessed with his 3rd grandchild. He was leading a crew of builders when a stray beam struck him in the temple, and only a few days shut. Nearly everyone in Seal is familiar with Grinning Stephen, and, as you can imagine, he's quite dear to his family.
Those men hardly sound long for this world. What's taking Tenderfoot so long?
Yes, a curious relic indeed. I got it from a kindly abbot, Loic by name, in the northern town of Silver Glen. He is of a certain faith, the Immaculates, they call themselves, that espouses the belief that certain stones can heal wounded flesh. I myself was nothing if not skeptical of his claims, but something happened as he handed me the stone. A small cut on my finger instantly healed, leaving no trace of the wound. Needless to say, but it's strange. The stone is only good for a single use at a time before it reverts to a useless, inert state. It takes time to regain its magical properties, and I guard it cautiously. Don't dither long. These men are slipping ever closer toward the...
Those men hardly sound long for this world. What's taking Tenderfoot so long?
What a relief to share the burden of this impossible task.
Can't have gotten far.
goodness the Source Hunter is here. I'm in desperate need of some insight. What do you think? Would you like to learn more about the patients before making a decision?
Those men hardly sound long for this world. It's taking tender for so long. That tone, soothing a corpse's troubled mind. Can't have gotten far.
I give milk. I give wool. And what do I get in return? One way or another, they always try to fleece me. Especially...
Ah! What's this? I found something.
The earth here seems to have been freshly fertilized and aerated. Obviously, someone has taken great care to maintain this gravesite. Are you sure you want to disturb it? As you prepare to break ground, you gaze at the dirt beneath your feet once more. You plunge your shovel into the earth.
She'll realize soon enough that
Anybody?
a little party
Neither
tricks
of you
hardly
cares
make
to
her
plead for
worthy
his
of
very
such
existence?
grave responsibilities.
So, excuse me, this is a I'm sorry. It's this I'm an apprentice of the healing arts. I've been racking my brain. What would you like to know? One of the brave few willing to traverse the trade routes plagued by the undead. A young man, but excellent in matters of business, before he fell victim to an... Thankfully for him, a cattle trader found quite the venerable staple of Seal, Stephen, and recently blessed with his third grandchild. Nearly everyone in Seal is familiar. Is that so? Well, I handled the corpse myself, indeed, but I hardly knew the man in life. I was shocked when Ahu asked me to come to the crime scene, but Theliron had taken ill, and the responsibility fell to me. I arrived at the inn, where the body lay just where it had fallen. The injuries were like nothing I'd ever seen. A single intricate laceration wove like lace around every inch of his skin. Neither a beginning nor an ending point were discernible. I examined the corpse and recorded I personally delivered the corpse the short distance to the mortician's house. As far as I know, everything was, as far as a magical murder is concerned, quite normal. Yes, a curious relic indeed. I myself was nothing if not skeptic, but it's strange. The stone is only good for a single use at a time before it reverts to... Don't dither long. These men are slipping ever closer toward the edge.
The tone.
What do you think? Would you like to learn more about the patients before making a decision? Sickard's beard, what a find!
She'll realize soon enough that a little party tricks hardly make her worthy of such grave responsibilities.
Don't dither long. These men are slipping ever... What do you think? Would you like to learn more about the patients before making a decision?
Soothing the corpse's troubled mind. Can't have gone far. Those men hardly sound for this one. What's taking tenderfoot so long? Tone, soothing a corpse's troubled mind. Can't have gotten far.
Don't dither long. These These men are slipping ever close. Thank goodness the Source Hunter is here. I'm in desperate need of some insight.
You realise soon enough that
Anybody?
a little party
Neither of
tricks
you
hardly
cares
make
to
her
plead
work
for his very existence?
grave responsibilities.
Excuse me? This is a I'm sorry. I'm an apprentice of the healing art. I've been racking my brain. What would you like to know? One of the brave few willing to traverse the trade routes plagued by the undead. A young man, but excellent in matters of business, before he fell victim. Thankfully for him, a cattle trader found him, nearly dead, but not quite the venerable staple of Seal, Stephen, and recently blessed with his third grandchild. Nearly everyone in Seal is familiar with grinning Stephen, and, as you can imagine, he's quite dear to his family. Is that so? Well, I handled the corpse myself, indeed, but I hardly knew the man in life. I arrived at the inn, where the body lay just where it had fallen. The injuries were like nothing I'd ever seen. I personally delivered the corpse the short distance to the mortician's house. As far as I know, everything was, as far as a magical murder is concerned, quite normal. Yes, a curious relic indeed. I got it from a kindly abbot, Loic by name, in the northern town of Silver Glen. I myself was nothing if not scared, but it's strange. The stone is only good for a single use at a time before... You are? Ah, I thank you 1,000,000 times for your help. Boris's life has just begun. We can't cut it short now. He should receive the stone.
Yes, Boris deserves to experience all the...
Boris it is? Yes, I'll deliver the stone. I'm glad we'll get...
Thank
no,
the seven.
no, this is highly abnormal. What is this? This is lightning.
What happened? Is this a dream?
I don't think so. That stone, somehow it sent us flying into the stars.
consume us all. By the quill that lasts a billion words, what's this? 2 Rivalonians here? At the end of space and time? How very... Oh, yes, proper introductions. Zigzags the historian at your service. It is my job to record all that was, and is, and hopefully all that is to be. As for how I got here, well, for a historian appointed by the gods themselves, hopping to the end of... How you got here, though? That's a rather more on such a tiny and rapidly shrinking vestige of space and time. I wouldn't have expected to find a soul but my own shadow. Ah, at last a question I can answer most definitively. I mentioned already that this place is the end of time. If that didn't send your heart into your stomach, and your time ought naturally to have no end at all. Indeed, I can think of no worse nightmare for a chronicler such as myself. But something totally, utterly terrible. Show, don't tell, I always say. So go, peer through yonder looking lens, and feast your soon...
Maybe quite mad.
Then we had better appease him and have a look through the looking lens.
You saw? Terrifying, isn't... What's this? The portal! It's... The portal has become active! Fantastic! Astounding! Onward we should go! The portal! It's quite sprung to life, just like the long, dormant flames that decorate this observatory. You, dear stranger, you must be the key. Something about your presence here is causing the end of time to grow. The true end itself to those torches, a light! This portal active once more. It cannot be coincidence. Goodness me, how right you are. There's so much to take in, I'd nearly forgotten. And what you saw has been haunting. It is the void itself. The dragon that is devouring creation. When I speak of the end of time, this, I can't say for sure where it came from, how or why, but I do know this. It's shrinking our future by the second. And if we don't stop it, it will devour the past and present as well. I cannot say for certain. If it is what I believe, then our prayers might well be... In fact, every last question that ever plagues your noggin might well be answered. For I believe, but why spoil the mystery? As soon as we leap through, it's not that I believe, it's that I have seen. Long have I been waiting here, hope then. No longer than a few mere moments after you arrive, zap it goes. The chronicler of time knows a pattern when he sees one. After you, after you. Oh, what wonders we may find on the other side. You first, but don't dilly-dally. Yes! Just as I'd hoped! There she is! There it is!
And he's off!
It seems the imp has spotted exactly who and what he'd hoped to find here.
The last chest! If you believe yourself worthy of rifling through my ample treasures, I do dare you to prove it! Find my 4 sisters, no more than one in each of the realms of your wide world, and each by each, you'll discover how to open me!
Could it be, milady? The weaver of time? Mother of his...
Indeed, Sir Imp. As surely as you are he who chronicles all that I weave.
Astounding! Unbelievable! I have so many questions for you.
You have brought guests, I see.
My reaction exactly, milady. It was their arrival here at the end of time that instigated my finding you. But why? Sure.
This is a question better put to our guests themselves. Tell us, how did you arrive upon this plane? stone. So, it was a stone that caused the great shock of energy that brought you here, and it infused you. Not like this, no. What happened to you is unique. Never had I experienced something so contrary to my nature. To weave something I had not seen, had not expected, but yours has. You appeared before me from the moment you came into contact with that stone. Starstone. I now...
But, Madam Weaver, how is it possible? Do you not see all? Have you not woven all that is and could ever be into your tapestry?
Like the stones, your guests are a mystery to me. I see them before me in this world, but their likenesses appeared not upon my tapestry, source hunters. It would seem that yourselves and Starstone are inextricably linked. Why and how, I cannot say, but I do believe that finding more stones will reveal to me who you yourselves truly are. Starstone is not what it seems, Source Hunter. Its true nature must be part of a greater secret, a secret lost even to me. Do you see what violence my work has suffered? What wounds lay upon the tapestry of time?
Mysteries of all time, gaps in history. Oh, how they've tormented me for eons.
It would appear that Starstone transforms at your touch, granting me new thread by which to mend the tapestry. Thus, it restores time itself.
I see. What the void would shrink, Starstone restores.
Yes, though I cannot explain why this Starstone is the antidote to the void's ravishment of our realm. If we do not restore time, if we do not discover the true nature of these stones, the void will consume us all. Indeed you must, though I may not yet understand why. It seems that you and you alone can unlock the powers within Starstone. Yet we are not the only entities who know these stones to be so much more than
Why, of course, that's what they were doing. I have recorded their doings, you see. Collectors of Starstone, more and more by the day. Now I understand. They'd keep the stones from our reach. They'd prevent the mending of time.
Without these stones, Hunter, there will be no Rivellon. The entire tapestry will crumble. Even this plane will fall victim to the void's insatiable hunger.
That shall never be, milady. As sure as Zix comes before Zax, we will put a stop to it. First we mend the tapestry, then we stop the void. Please, our most mysterious guest, are you ready? Are you willing? Will you hunt out the stones? Will you... So, what do you think, Source Hunter? Come, I've got something for you if you're up to the challenge. Come, I've got something for you if you're up to the challenge.
Not but a moment ago, we were hunting Source in Rivellon. And now, we're being told that we alone can prevent the end of time by way of some magical stones. What do you make of it?
can't deny our reaction to Starstone. There must be something to all of this, mad as it may seem.
Come, come! I got something for you if you're up to the challenge. So, what do you think,
No matter how improbable,
So, what do you think, Source Hunter? Come, come! I got something for you if you're up to the challenge. What'll it be, Source Hunter? Do tell! So, what do you think, Source Hunter? Come, come! I got something for you if you're up to the challenge. Come, come! I got something for you if you're up to the challenge. The glint in your gaze and the set of your brow suggest to me that you've not given up on our dear old Rivellon. No, with you searching out Starstone, I believe we'll mend the tapestry in no time. We'll find out just who you are and how exactly to send the void back to wherever it came. But you'll need a way to travel between Rivellon and this homestead, won't you? Who wouldn't want to see what fantastic changes your search will yield? And who knows what the Weaver might discover about you? Luckily, the power of portals is known to you, so I'll let you in on the little secret of how to transport back and forth from the end of time. Just, don't go sharing it around. Never know who we can trust. Off you go, then. You've Starstone to find, and I've a tapestry to examine. Surely there must be some clue here as to how on earth you're related to the end of time. Like the imp said to the ballista operator, shoot! Wouldn't it just? Would that I had a Starstone sightseeing guide. Just like yourselves, Starstones are curiously absent from history, both in my writings and on the tapestry. From what I can gather, though, they were once cherished by devious sorcerers whose reign ended long ago. The stones are therefore most likely to be found in the ancient places of this world. Ruins, caves, the lairs of long-forgotten evils. Those are the dens you should frequent. 2 more pieces of advice. Don't go unarmed, and consult with my agent. Neither do I, but the mere fact that activated Starstone has set the Weaver of Time weaving again more than implies that it and the Void Dragon are natural enemies. This in turn more than implies that you are the Void's natural enemy, for it is you who is setting new events in motion. You who is handing the Weaver new threads. And that which she is weaving is more than an ornament to decorate the shelter plane. It is both history and future history. We may not understand the how yet, but our aim is clear. We shall save creation from the grip of the Void. Now, isn't that a lovely mission? more than those things per se, but having been given a divine mission does have its perks. Old age can't touch me, that's one. Immortality is mine as long as no one skewers me with a sword, and even then I'll be back in a jiffy. But of course I have a price to pay for something that is priceless. It is my duty to record all of history, and an arduous task that is. Not to mention how much stress that void out there is causing me. The end of... So, gather those star stones so that we may know the history that was lost. Know so that we must not repeat what leads us to this dangerous precipice, but do better and close the dark eye of the lonesome, observing the frontier of creation, surfing the vibrant tide of the eons, always approaching yet never reaching shore. Lonesome, being privy to all that has been and all that is. Well, yes, actually. I don't mean to complain, but one certainly doesn't mind a bit of Perhaps you can imagine the profound pleasure it is to have made the Weaver's acquaintance after all these years. I can hardly wait to pick her brain about the great battle of the sons of Sigurd. The last Rivellonian who remembers it died more than 7,000 years ago.
Cross my heart, hope to fade in the void, I honestly don't know. But ask her.
If before you go, Source Hunter, a final word. Once you return to Rivellon, there will be someone waiting for you. My agent, my eye. I hope he'll be able to help you as much as he can. Time, I need hardly remind you, is of the essence. Lady of Time, the Weaver of History. I am your biggest fan, dear lady. Could I get your autograph?
It shall be my pleasure, Sir Imp. I'll embroider it in the first volume of your all-encompassing chronicles. How welcome you are upon this realm, our most honored guest. I hope you begin to find this place more familiar than it... In the ethereal threads of eternity, do I record the deeds of gods and men, of beasts and spectral apparitions, the drift of continents through changing seas, the rise and fall of empires, the shift of every grain of sand on every beach, the fall of every raindrop on every world, the all but imperceptible touch of lovers' hands. This and all I chronicle without fault. Except, it seems, you ask and I shall answer, if I can. I am the Weaver of Time, as I have told you. Though my existence is one that falls behind and yet far exceeds the verb to be. I am but what I am, and that is task. It is the same for the historian. Chroniclers both are we of the epics of eternity. Perhaps we are one and the same. Task multiplied by 2. Who has made us? I do not know. Why have they done so? I do not. Am I the beginning? And am I to be the end? Who shall say? Perhaps I am the first thing in creation. Perhaps I am creation. Perhaps I am the creator. Or maybe it is you. You who makes dying stars rekindle. Time alone will tell. Alas, the answers to those questions still elude me. You and Starstone remain. A hidden answer lies behind this veil of inscrutability, though. For the link between you and the stones reveals that your destinies. I believe that Starstones will not lead you to new places of wonder only. No. They will also lead to new knowledge through the restoration of the threads of old. Oh, Hunter, I have no need for company, like I have no need for air or appetite or affection. All I need, and all I am, is time. And time is running out, unless you remedy its decline. And yet, I do enjoy your companionship. For you may prove to become the cure that will heal my slipping soul. Quite so. Your absence, it should be an impossibility, but no matter where I look, you cannot be found. I do not know you, which makes you my one perennial imperfection, a blind spot in the eye of time. But perchance I may be cured of this blindness. Perchance the blemish may be undone, and time can be redeemed. What it is but a seed bereft of sun and water. What it could be, that is what the Starstones will tell us. What it is but I reside in another realm altogether. But ever since the end of time appeared in these deep dark skies, I materialized here, as if forced to watch the one thing that is unwatchable, unendurable. A thankless task that you may yet free me from forever. I think that perhaps you can redeem time, because you create time. Indeed, you have set in motion an event I no longer held possible. Know that no longer I did weave. I sat here at the end of time and watched on as the void frays the fabric of time like a terrified god that fears the offspring of his own creations. But suddenly there was you. You who stirred the life within the stones. These stones, children of stars. They place new ribbons along my fingers like phantoms out of time. New threads emerged, and I began to weave anew. Starstone gives me new strands to braid into the tapestry. And because you give Starstone energy, it seems that you are creating time. These Starstones, please, seek them so that time may yet be mended. Please, for the sake of all that lives and all that loves, seek them so that the void may yet devour itself alone. How might I serve our mission? How might I serve our mission?
Good
to see you on the shelter plane. A home away from home, is it not? I wonder, do you know more about the Void? What it is? What lies at the heart of it?
What lies at its heart? Why, nothing, of course. The great absence of all that even the gods cannot comprehend. It eludes us, like infinity, or the finality of tick-tocking time.
A question has me stumped, milady. Why are there...
Source Hunters, I welcome you once again to the realm of Rivellon after your travels through the chasms of space. Nice to have found a shelter, wouldn't you agree? Where you can come to no harm. I know the imp historian has told you about his agent on Rivellon, and that agent is I. So now that you know of the alliance between me and Sir Zigzags, let us turn to the business at hand. Starstone.
Oh, there's my Peppa. Did it sprout legs and run away? Ah,
And I'll be delighted to give it. Dark webs are being woven around these parts, and it is my firm belief starstones are the flies the sorcerer spiders are trying to catch. It can therefore hardly be a coincidence that Councillor Jake was a collector of the stones we seek. His foul murder and the plight of dying time must somehow be interconnected. That means the task you have been given remains crucial. Find the assassin that did away with Jake, for you're bound to stumble upon Starstone along the way. While you were being lectured by our friend the historian and the grande dame of time, I snuck into his house and had a look around. The advantage of being a cat, you know. You go where you please with impunity. And sometimes the lady of the house... That's where I saw them in a cabinet. Mere slivers, but specks of starstones nonetheless. They lay there, silent and innocent, though bloody murder may have been committed in their name. Don't we all long for a sanctuary where our worldly troubles can be held at bay? A bed or a basket so snug it becomes, in a word, safety. But perhaps I speak only for myself, not for veterans such as yourselves that by necessity call any patch of ground they rest upon home. Like any cat worth its salt, though, I deeply cherish a secret refuge unbeknownst to anyone. To be able to repose without a care is such a precious circumstance, save it all too seldomly. Let me phrase it like Zigzags might. A universe without time is like a pen without ink. A pointless instrument stripped of the potential of creation. It is void. It is death. It is nothing. I'll not pretend to have all the answers. all that I understand all that is happening here and out there among the stars, but I do know I'd rather err on the side of caution. If Zigzags worries, I worry. We are talking about a creature, after all, that has reclined among the divines as nonchalantly as you and I laze beside the hearths of home. I met him first, a long time ago, out in the wastes of Youthful Gaul. He wondered aloud what on earth a cat was doing out there in the scorching desert, then shared what little food and water he had with him. So I told him who I was and showed him my human form. He laughed and marveled and told me stories about his travels. In the end, he even shared his great sorrow with me. The unspeakable thing you saw through his looking lens. I was awed and frightened, but swore to help him in any way I could. As of now, that includes helping the two of you. Oh, before you go, here. Take this teleporter pyramid. A handy toy indeed that Zigzags asked me to give to you. You'll need the other one too if you want to make use of its powers, but alas, I seem to have misplaced it. Don't worry though. Use this one here and it'll take you straight to its twin. Now that this matter has been settled, hunters, I shall detain you no longer. But rest assured, I'll do my share of hunting too. So if you spot a white cat during your travels, do stop to say hello.
Unknown to all time, are you? Leave it to an imp to try to fill our minds with all manner of magical gobbledygook. I'll tell you who you are. Source hunters, members of the most esteemed order in Rivellon. Here to find out and grind out every last speck of dark magic in the realm. There. The enigma is solved.
Oh, where is my pepper? Did it sprout legs and run away? Ah,
What are you? You think I'm... No, comrade. You can keep the honor of being the object of the Space Im's special interest all to yourself. I just hope this fancy of yours doesn't interfere with your real job, or have you forgotten that little detail already? You're a source hunter first, last, and always, comrade.
Rest in peace, darling.
You're a source hunter, aren't you? They say you can talk to the animals, but... Better to evacuate this place while there's still some left to save, I say. Go, while the going...
I'm overheating here.
You're a source hunter, aren't you? They say you can talk to the animals, but I, for one, won't be falling for such a tall tale.
Feeling hot under the collar.
That's enough of that now.
Toasty!
Honored to meet you. Wish I was a source hunter. Dangerous line of work. But it's a damn sight more glorious than being a legionnaire.
Did someone leave an oven door open? I'm warm as fresh apple pie.
baking like a cake. Potent heat! You're a source hunter, aren't you?
It never ends around here. There's a zombie in my garden, my sheep.
Better to evacuate this place where there's still some left to save, I say. Go while the going's good.
Source hunters here too. Well, if the Legion couldn't save this place, what are you going to do?
Potent heat!
Murder within the walls. Undead up. Now, where is my pepper? Did it sprout legs and run away? Ah, there it is.
You're a source hunter, aren't you? They say you can talk to animals, but I, for one, will...
It's heating up.
Source hunters here too? Well, if the Legion couldn't save this place, what are you gonna do?
Greetings! These stalls are for our Legion troops. Riverlong's finest work up mighty fine appetite, serving the seven. Source hunters here too? Well, if the Legion couldn't save this place, what are you gonna do?
This maniac's gonna turn me into a meat pie!
A chicken has the right to live too.
Yes, let's pardon him. Just look.
Yippee-ki-yay! I'm free!
Why did you let my chicken escape?
I've been mauled. I'll be disfigured for life.
Ah, come on with the dramatics. It's not a damn
You let my chicken escape? Looks like it's your lucky day, Jack. Now to tell the troops they're getting nothing but the cornbread.
Well, Source Hunter, you come to the right place, you have. I got every style of equipment to fit you from head to foot, if it's a trade you're after. Well, Source Hunter, you come to the right place, you have. I got every style of equipment to fit you from head to foot, if it's a trade you're after. Well, Source Hunter, you come to the right place, you have. I got every style of equipment to fit you from head to foot, if it's a trade you're after. Well, Source Hunter, you come to the right place, you have. I got every style of equipment to fit you from head to foot, if it's a trade you're after. Well, Source Hunter, you come to the right place, you have. I got every style of equipment to fit you from head to foot, if it's a trade you're after.
You again? Come to throw my dinner to the wind again, have you? You again? Come to throw my dinner to the wind again, have you? You again? Come to throw my dinner to the wind again, have you?
archaeologist. He knows all about the mysterious burial mounds of Sicil.
You know how you people say you're a good provider when you bring home the bacon? You should knock that off.
These stores are for our Legion troops. Rivellon's finest work up mighty fine appetite, serving the seven.
Come on now, I pulled her off you before she could do any real damage.
Any real damage from the children? I think all I'll be disfigured for life.
Come on with the dramatics. It's not as bad as all that.
Source Hunter. A sight for sore eyes, if ever there was one. I know you're probably knee-deep in that awful murder investigation, but truth be told, the Legion could use your help as well. We've been conducting a series of expeditions into undead territory, and I'm afraid I must admit they've met with Lieutenant Selenia at your service. I'm Captain Aureus' second-in-command, but rest assured I am a lot more kindly inclined towards Source Hunters. Now, I certainly don't mind a bit of healthy competition, and even rivalry between our orders, but I, for one, have no intention of looking a gift horse in the mouth. And that is exactly what your presence in Sicil is, Source Hunter. A gift and a blessing. Only heroes such as yourself can make a true difference in this troubled part of the world. Such is my honest conviction. The undead. I pitied them at first. Many among them were once kind and innocent civilians of Sicil, after all. No longer do I feel that way, though. Too many of my soldiers, the bravest among my men and women, tell me they are weaker in the west and stronger in the east. So I suggest you head westward if you want to flex your muscles and test the waters before blindly diving to your death. I shall be very glad to share what information I can give you. It's very sweet of you that you are trying to get these men a job, but I'm afraid they're not... Sure, they can tie a knot and blow a whistle like the best of them, but even with a sword in their hands, they wouldn't stand a chance against the undead, and I don't want any more blood on my hands. If ever we want to be victorious in Sicil, We have to track down the root of the undead uprising. Under the Pact of Volunteers, 3 expeditions were launched to do just that. 3 landmarks were chosen for further investigation. The lighthouse, the burial mounds, and the old church. Places fraught with danger all. There's a lighthouse to the west, up on the bluffs, overlooking the sea. No man has gone there in a decade, and yet a light shines from its pinnacle every night. The locals say it's haunted, and half a dozen legionnaires have gone to find out whether or not those are mere tall tales. I fear for their safety. There are ancient burial grounds to be found north of the city. As good a place as any to start looking for necromancers, wouldn't you say? A local archaeologist offered to tag along with the men. Here's hoping his knowledge on the subject may prove to be of use to them. There's a church to the northeast of here, built atop the very place where once stood a temple dedicated to the source. The Sicilians razed it, and built a church for the 7 instead, supposedly to symbolize the victory of the gods over evil sorcery. All superstitious mumbo-jumbo, if you ask me. But when the dead rose, that is when they were first spotted. Hence the expedition.
Look on the bright side. Everyone knows the ugly soldiers are the most ferocious.
So I did. The Pact of Volunteers. Many legionnaires will do whatever it takes to go home, which is why I personally sign their transfer orders the moment they make it back from a mission behind enemy lines. The chances of survival during these sorties are only about 1 in 10, you see. So my soldiers are free to volunteer, and if they are successful, they just bought themselves a boat ride home.
You don't think it's in fact a deal?
Come on now, I pulled her off you before she could do any real damage.
Any real damage? Are you joking? I've been mauled. I'll be disfigured for life.
Come on with the dramatics. It's not as bad as all that.
The face, Furious. She bit me in the face.
Look on the bright side. Everyone knows the ugly soldiers are the most ferocious.
Today, I think, a king. The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, as I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself.
If you think black sheep are weird, try weird sheep.
What's this? I found something.
I give milk. I give wool. And what do I get in return? One way or another, they always try to fleece me. Especially that Evelyn. She's out to get me. I know it. Meh.
Moo! Don't disturb Master Theliron now. He's been so busy with his research, the poor dear hasn't had a proper night's sleep in months.
Treasure!
Brewster thinks he's such hot stuff, posing for Jerome like that. Someone ought to tell him his waddle waggles when he...
Thank you eternally for your help. Though your reaction to the healing stone, I have no idea what to make of it. I've been studying under Theliron for some time now, but that task, being asked to play the gods, was the first time I've ever questioned my, well, suitability. I've a passion for this work, you see. A passion to see things put in order. From a flesh wound healed to an entire city made resistant to a fatal illness. What right has something as trivial as that strange reaction you caused? Blue lightning from a healing stone? I've never seen anything like it. And the stone looks different now, too. Like it's devoid of life. I begin to wonder if it's magical. Hello again. Terribly sorry, Source Hunter, but I seem to be fresh out of priceless relics for you to destroy. I was really hoping to find something better.
Now, that tone, soothing a corpse's troubled mind, can't have gotten far. Now, that tone, soothing a corpse's troubled mind, can't have gotten far. Now, that tone, soothing a corpse's troubled mind, it's here somewhere. I don't want to ruin this particular batch of party elixir with too much wormwood.
Sigurd's beard, what a find!
She'd realize soon enough that her little party tricks hardly make her worthy of such grave responsibilities.
Hello again. Terribly sorry, Source Hunter, but I seem to be fresh out of priceless relics for you to destroy.
Soothing a corpse's troubled mind. I can't have gotten far. Oh, I know it's here somewhere. How did I ruin this particular batch of party elixir with too much wormwood? I know it's here somewhere. How do you want to ruin this particular batch of party elixir with too much wormwood? A tone soothing a corpse's troubled mind. Can't have gotten far. Soothing a corpse's troubled mind. Can't have gotten far. A tone soothing a corpse's troubled mind. Can't have gotten far.
To what do I owe the repeated pleasure, Source Hunter? Me? Why, it was I who cured the Duchess of Arata. Not to mention that it's been my... Yes. If that's how... She's in the other room as we speak. Perhaps you can prevail upon her to offer a demonstration.
Today I
word!
the king, the great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour. So
My word!
he craved creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a